Reports are ready, Commander.
Won't lay you down, Commander.
Ready, sir. Let's get to work.
Let's do this, Commander.
You are coming with us, aren't you?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. How are we doing tonight? I very nearly started without moving the microphone over. Again. I really need to get like a mount or something for this thing. My previous setup does not work anymore due to, again, room rearrangements. So yeah, that's kind of the state there. But yeah. It's Sunday for you solo Ziltons, which means it is Starbound time. It means I'm probably going to be flying solo mostly this night. I'm going to be doing some space combat, some space salvaging. I might look at Xionon's dungeon again. I want to see how it handles solo with upgraded weapons. But for the most part, we're going to be taking it pretty easy tonight. Mostly because I'm tired. Long day today. A lot of stuff with the usual patrol. And I'm looking like, well, next week's patrol is probably going to be even worse. Just the way things seem to be going. So yeah. We're going to take it easy, we're going to chill tonight for the most part, and yeah. Oof indeed. As you can see, I'm already on my ship. I have been filling around with my refineries. Oh right, game sound. 1 second. See, I've been stuffing stuff into my refineries for, well, refining, because the extra cash is always nice. Just the way things go. There we go. Of course, we get the nice piano music shortly after starting. So I think what we're gonna do is I first need to check on the state of our mechanical salvage.
Greetings!
Hey, Ballistic, welcome in. Fair bits of them. Definitely need more proton limiters. If anything, really need more proton limiters and the interface chips. That's at least how it looks. Sorry about the bumping there, that's me just getting my microphone resituated. I'm trying to stay a little bit closer to my, my desk. So I think first what we'll do is we'll try and find, I think proton limiters are high tier. High tier salvage. So we'll try messing around in these areas here. If not, we'll look elsewhere. I forget what drops them, at least off the top of my head. Cool, Ballistic. I never learned an instrument. Unless you count, you know, instruments of war, but that's a very, very different style of learning, I think. I never remember what my space combat mech is set up with. Okay, there's the beam drills, so I know there's not drills on it. My Gatling guns are missing, so it's probably dual GATs, if I had to guess. Nope, it's a Gatling gun and a missile launcher. Nanoreceptacle, not what I needed. Kind of wish ship-to-ship combat was a thing, aside from just like zero-G space. Already, I'm like 30 minutes late. Also, hello, Xionon. Yeah, that's a side effect of stuff being chaotic and difficult, not the norm. The norm was what should have been about 40 minutes ago. But I couldn't even make that. Okay, enough of that shenanigans. The pew pew arm? I'm doing good. A little bit tired tonight, but otherwise good. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. guys are not dropping what I need them to. Uh-oh. Double asteroid. Double asteroid and a really nasty character placement. This is exfil. I'll show you right now, these things. The proton limiters, I believe they're called. Yeah, proton limiters. Forget what drops those. They're low tier? Okay, I'll need to go to lower tier stuff. Thanks, I'm fighting in, I'm over a fiery star right now. Let me bump down to Makar. Yeah, I'm just trying to shore up most of my resources a bit. Friendly ship. Makar's got quite a few asteroid fields. That's good mining here. I just want to get the majority of my stocks back up to a reasonable state. I'm going to be doing collecting on rare enemies as well. Yeah, there's one. I'll worry about that in a second. I'm going to go to this Chiroptera. There's an Omni-gun firing at me from up top. Beautiful. I'm definitely going to do some of this off stream as well, but I'm already playing Starbound tonight, so I might as well work on my side tasks as is. Maybe we'll find something cool in the process. Another Chiroptera. Two more Masteroids, 10 o'clock inside that asteroid. Quite the mess. That's unfortunate. Chiroptera being a pin in the can. Is it possible to run them as separate systems? Like, prioritize what you really want to fire and then reduce the effect of the other ones. And then have different systems running. Or even better, right? Find a way to make the boss multi-armed. And then rig the separate systems to it. That way you could eliminate key functions of the boss as you fight it. And then you don't have to worry about your cast time and cooldown time interfering with each other because they're all on separate timers. Just my thought on it. Stagger the cooldowns. Adjust power based on how long or how often they fire, and then stagger them. It might lead to some chaotic moments, but it's better than nothing working. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, if the systems themselves are all separate and not on different, and not all working off of one cooldown or one overall timer, then you can have it so those staggered cooldowns still fire on their own rather than relying on the previous one to be off. Two manipulator modules, that's a pretty good find. Wobble shot, interesting. Huh. Also, just so you know, I might go back to Molten Furnace for a little bit. I want to try a couple of fights solo. More out of curiosity than anything else. What? That's such a trick question, too. Yeah, no worries. Alright, good enough. We'll stash these and move on to the next task for right now. We're gonna kind of go in a little bit of a cycle. Duties of a mechanized? Yeah. Though at least in this case, it's not as much of a pressure to get done. It's just something I want to get it done because it's better to have it done than not. So let's see. Colon poison, that's easy. So what I want to do is top up on nano rat bandages. I deleted the spawned in ones because those were just for that one dungeon run that we were testing out on. So we'll stock up on nano wraps, which to craft those requires synthetic and living root. Synthetic material is easy, that's only colon poison. However, living root is going to be fun to farm. $101 of those. So at a rate of 5 to 1, that's 505 there that can we make. I think we can do a little bit better than that. mean, if he didn't, he can always poke me about it, and I'll run the world for him to get his stuff back. Okay. Yeah, for reals. I just want to craft a ton of these. While those are crafting, I'll fix my... There we go. Get all that set up. Just undo some cluster that you guys can't see. Let's find a few gleeps to carve up. Shoddy luck so far. Actually, we're not going to need this for right now, so let's move this over here. That's gonna come down and miss. I'm getting really unlucky with those drops. Nope. Fine, I'll give you a few high arcs. Or a few attempts at a high arc. I can stop throwing it straight up. There we go. What the hell is my luck right now? Or my lack thereof? There we go. Fucking finally. Yeah, 1 in 20 with a hunting spear, no less. Oh my god, that was an accident. What the hell? Okay. Make them all fall into the well. With the way they're jumping around, that might be easier said than done. Ah. Hey, Skulls. How you doing? Ah, cheeky bastard. What the? Okay, that didn't hit him, but fine. Sure game. Yeah, literally walked into it. More steak than I know what to do with. Nope, that's the wrong angle. That's also too far. Aw, that's cute. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. All the bull bop. They're just really, really fast leaps with swarm tactics. exceptional levels of overkill. Huh, pot chest, sweet. Yeah, 1 block hole in the wall. Yeet. Gone. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't. Well, that was just a misclick. 6 of them? I feel like I got more there. I really do feel like I got more out of that, but I guess not. Alright, we'll switch tactics again for the moment. Yeah, the Aegis assault ball. I do like my sustained fire. Oh, you meant the colors. Well, yeah, that too. I thought you meant the build. I mean, that's because I am known for my green and yellow, and of course the blue. It really does, though, doesn't it? Neo chainsaw, huh? Like the sound of that, too. Cannon mech arm. Homing missile mech arm. Space combat feels so much more intense when you're zoomed in like this. I think I cleared them all out. Uh-oh, double car of terror. Yeah, get blasted. triangle and 2 Cosmostache. Scratch the triangle. Man, those jukes and the stopping shots. Oh, there's a triangle here too. Alright, he's dealt with. There you are. Alright, pretty sure we're looping at this point. These are going along quickly enough. Let's do one more. I forgot I had that switch. Oh, we have these things. I forgot what these are called. I don't run into them enough. Alright, we have Tweeguns, Trifangles, Spike Mines, Masteroids, and whatever those bean bastards are called. Oh, and Omniguns too. Bean bastards. Oh, got him. Oh boy. Blasted freaking Cairo terrors. Hey, life. Unfortunately, you didn't really get me with that one. Good try, though. Yeah, true. How doing? Absolutely brutal. That was a smidge on the ballsy side. I gotta watch it. Don't want to get destroyed by spike mines, not in an area like this. GLT. But remember, they're very short durations, you have to kind of time them. Phew? What? Yeah, not in this area. They don't do enough damage. love turning spike mines against themselves, or even better, at other things. Spike mines are so much fun when used correctly. Dang it. Bomb quirk defense robots from Futurama. This missile launcher is so much more of like an autocannon to me than like a proper missile. Has the benefit of splash damage at least. I like this missile rack too. Or this set of missiles. The tri-missiles are fun too. This here, the guided missile, I think it is. I've got one kicking around somewhere. I think they did a pretty good job on mech weapon design in this. Cluster mines are fun. Gravity mine I haven't managed to master yet. I bet there's something it could combo with that would make it really good. It just takes finesse to use. Alright, one more space encounter and then we'll go back to ground pounding. Really suits, doesn't it? I've had that rocket launcher for so long. It's probably my favorite rocket launcher I've ever gotten. The Graxis Focus Ruin. It even has a really cool name. Like, of all the proc gen names, it's just like Focused Ruin just sounds cool. Galaxy Smacker. Let's see what I've got in the armory. The Terror Phaser. Oops. Ether Sprinkler. Ether Sprinkler. It's got a grenade launcher on it. Heart Wrecker? Man. No, it doesn't sound like a weapon I'd use, does it? I like its firing sound and I like the explosive shot, though. Solar Sinner. Yes. Now that does sound like you. What, with your sun gold hair and everything? Yes, I am saying that. Eh. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, but I'm not going to say it. We already embarrassed Servier with your shenanigans. I don't need to say it. Light Hacker, Terror Foil, Stormblade. Yeah, I like that one too. Focus Spider. Yeah, Fusion Hacker, Comet Needle, Moon Edge. That should be a Stormblade, but not, there's Storm Killer. Moonbrand, Lunar Razor. Comet Killer, Skullbiter, Reality Saber, Phase Tooth. What was that one you liked? The Lunar Razor? Yeah, that's a cool one. Dusk Puncture, Focus Lance, Wave Spear, Ether Lance, Comet Linker, Skull Lance, Force Stabber. Hey, that's a good one. Wave Crusher, and it's got Shockwave on it. Sky Pounder with Energy Pillar, that's very fitting. It's even it looking cool is one thing, but having a cool look with a fitting name and a fitting ability, that's a whole other level of like perfect. Howl Enforcer. It's the Howitzer's little brother, apparently. Check out this one, though. The Dusk Sinner. Oops. It almost looks like it should have like a multi-rocket ability to it. There's a classic looking high-tech rocket launcher right here. Here's another classic, a bazooka. Me just carrying around like different types of guided elemental rockets. It's not the size that matters, it's how you use it. How much stuff do I have in there? A lot. Oh, so yes, you're right. I really should carry around a whole elemental arsenal. Then I wouldn't have to worry about anything. I'd have an answer for every situation in some way or another. Welcome back. What's that? Oh, okay. You were waiting for him to get back so I could repeat that, weren't you? Yeah, I'm onto your tricks. In response to my not the size that matters, but how you use it comment, she said, say it again? Oh yeah, that face when you have technique and size. God damn it. Yeah, because the biggest guns on my mechs are also the hardest to use. Okay, it's true though. Like if we take it at a literal level and not as like a joke, right? The biggest gun in Mech 5, the AC-20, is really hard to use at range. Select fire. That's funny. Life out here with the same comments. Also, did you turn that thermostat up? It is really warm in here. That would explain it. You've almost got me to the point where I need to take my cloak off. But that's your intent now, isn't it? Inky out here hijacking the stream. I mean, you're not wrong. One of us. Okay, let's think about this, right? Let me actually try and build out a elemental arsenal. Let me get rid of the mech weapons that are taking up inventory space. That's a really fun assault rifle. Build it like my... I mean, yeah, I guess that would make sense. Yeah, I haven't swapped him out. I haven't done anything with my loadout since last weekend. Okay, that's easy. That's always going to be at least one of the X12s. Primary is the rifle. Why, Xionon? Why? Yeah, I guess I should switch those out. Watch your phrasing there. Here we go. Here's the souped up one. It'd be an accurate comment if you did like that kind of thing, though. Alright, so from the armory here. We put these two away. That. Okay, there's a light bow. Let's figure out what's what. New guns I'd like in the furnace and one new sniper in Cosmo. I'll check them out here in a little bit. There's the rocket spear. So what'd you say? Have the Protector's broadsword be unerring? I mean, that's pretty suited, but that's 2 sets of physical. That right there, and then the M4, and then the, what would be the unerring. I know it's not enchanted with elements. Okay, fine. Also because, you know, that's a pretty souped up sword. Okay, so what you're saying is I should have, because I don't have anything special per se by default, so I should have a normal set that's closer to how I am as is, and then I should have an elemental set that's for Starbound combat specifically. Okay, I can do that. Elemental prefs for unerring? Not really. Largely just because I'm not sure how. Like I said, when the AUG built it, they didn't build it for elemental damage. It's just a really big, basically permanently sharp greatsword. It doesn't have anything particularly crazy about it aside from the fact that its edge doesn't dull. And you know, when someone like me swings that, it hits really friggin' hard. Okay, so rifle, sword, what else? Oh, the missile launchers. I forgot about those. Emotional damage, yeah. But should it be 1 missile launcher and shield, or 2 missile launchers? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So what she's going for is my typical, like when we went to Norcon earlier, it's not normal for me to wield a shield. Wield a shield. So that'd be something that would go in like the quote-unquote special slot. So if this is how I would normally be, which is primary weapon, unerring, special equipment, and then my missiles, my shoulder rig missiles, that's what that would be. And then elementally speaking, we have atomic mongoose, which is fire and poison, so that takes care of that. Then we need ice and electric. I now have an electric assault rifle, which means I need an ice blade. Beautiful. And it's Moonbrand too, one of the ones you like. I mean, as far as elemental loadouts go, that's not bad. Let's kind of see how it goes. Like, just as is. Oh yeah, don't forget the nano wrap, right? Well, I'm gonna sink a bunch of cash on Picos, so it won't be that big a deal. But not poison damage? Okay, so maybe I should have... The beautiful rocket launcher? Yeah, on the secondary makes sense. But now we don't have electric. Armatope with rope? That's funny. That would be dope. There we go. There's our electric damage. I need to get the upgraded Armatope, which I don't have. Not just cracking puns, but rhyming puns. Alright, let's see how far we get with this. The mini blitz. All right, ice and electric are really good here, so we'll bring out the sword. All right, noted. So furnace hell? I mean, it's not really hell, it's just taking a little while. Whoa, I just got completely, I couldn't get through them. God damn it, Zet, you jinxed me. Ah, well, that's fine. That wasn't hell, that was unlucky. He feels bad for being a Vex about it. One thing at a time, alright? I don't think I can electrify them though. This weapon doesn't have the rarity for it. Now that's more like it. Oh, I know, but I didn't have a spare one. Too scattered for my liking. Yeah, at least. Keep in mind, you're designing this for 4 people, not 1. And unless I'm mistaken, this is also designed around people already having high-tier weapons, not tier 6. Something everyone should be keeping in mind, by the way. I am soloing something designed for 4 people, and it's built around having higher tier weapons than I currently have. That's why it's taking forever. Well, I'm not even sure if all of these are tier 6 plus. Some of this stuff is just whatever I had to hand. Only a couple that I'm aware of. That anvil we were talking about before upgrades things to tier 6 if they weren't already. There's a couple of tier 7s. That's what I was saying before, is that tier doesn't really tell you what a weapon does and or how strong it actually is. Oh, right. I see you squaring up for that shit, man. Hey, go to work. Man, you showed me your hand, man. That was friggin'. You should have just done it. And even then, there's no guarantee that it would actually have worked. The type of focus I'm in really matters. Got me. I mean, I'm going back there so I can just look.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Fuck, that thing's loud. I kind of knew that was going to happen. I was going to run out of bandages before I got through that. I think that answers your question. Oh, hey, that's useful. Actually, wait a minute. What do you mean move backwards? Oh, port to checkpoint 1 and go backwards? Yeah, but that's no fun. I had a better idea. Where the fuck is it? You might want to cover your ears, chat. Because it's fun, that's why. You really should. That reminds me, turn game sound down while I talk. Speaking of marks, I was thinking maybe, depending on how many upgrades you give a weapon, you should implement a mark system of some kind. Something to indicate what's current and what's outdated. Actually, no. Mark them with like a green and yellow name or something. Like, that's the Has version. You gotta admit, watching these guys get kicked around all this, like this, is pretty funny. Game devs be like, see, and that's why that's the fun way. I mean, sure, I can go to checkpoint 1 and just, you know, go backwards. But shit like that is just fun. Actually. Wait a minute, that's the wrong one. I think the Scary Howlitzer is on a different world. I figured out how to get the cat out of the farm now, since she always gets stuck down there. It's such an annoying fucking sound. Just the incessant beeping is amazing for that. Anyway, I got my money's worth out of that. See, and now, right? Let me get out of admin mode before I do anything. Hey, why do I suddenly have so much cash I can't carry it all? Oh, right. I know the Saloon Rumbler is old, but I like keeping those old ones for, posterity.
Oh, my aching head. Would you lugs please bloody focus? I told them letting you keep the gold for yourselves was a mistake.
Should make a vault for all the old stuff. I'm thinking about it. It's probably gonna go in a secret area of Glacier Base. Or maybe a section of a world somewhere. I don't know. Because Glacier Base is going to be the community thing, which means if the community gets access to it or the community finds it, well, you know. But it's all the old stuff. It's not the overpowered stuff. The overpowered stuff is going in its own special cage. So what am I gonna do with 20,000? Oh wait, no, 200,000. This. That hurt to watch, didn't it? Those suckers are expensive. Well, I mean, you already know. Referring to Zed there? I don't know where Zed's from. Let's finish these off. Ashes! He's a cute kitty. He's a cute kitty. That one's Ashes, and we have a cat here named Snowbell. Yeah, that's your cat. Hey, you know I like cats, but mechanized don't normally keep pets. We don't live long enough for that. Okay, yes, but I'm an anomaly. I'm older than like 99% of mechanized today. Yeah, and you're older than all of us wholesale. God damn it. Zai, Snowbell Prize. Someone pun drum that shit, because I'm not doing it. If I hail from the same state, which you mean that's where the era connection was established at, then yes. You ask a mechanized where they're from, and they'll tell you the ship they were born on. Or the base they were born in, if they were lucky enough to have that happen. Most of them, though? Ship. Oh, hey, where's that? I don't know, somewhere in the sky, out, direction from here. Varies pretty wildly, too. I can't say I was born anywhere special, though. The ASN Aurora is basically like the home of... If I were to put a percentage on it... I want to say three quarters to 40% of all mechanized are born on the ASN Aurora. She's fucking massive. Just an absolutely ridiculous ship. She's kind of our mobile capital, even though our actual capital isn't mobile. But don't tell our enemies that. They think blowing up the ASN Aurora is going to be like Xylem sized? How big is the Xylem? The ASN Aurora nose to tail is 10 miles long, which equates to about 16.01 kilometers. She's not the biggest ship we have, though. That would be the Supernova. That thing's 3 times the size. That thing stays mostly grounded. We don't let that thing fly around in the fleet. Because with the way mechanized handle combat and war, it's a too big a gun on the field draws way too much fucking attention situation. Yeah, Nirazan really thought that too. Yeah, how big is the xylem? Is that... Do we even know? At least 6. 9.5 kilos for you, Xionon. I'm out here translating. Almost done. So the Xylem's roughly the size of one of our destroyers. That would be the Keltheon, I think, is roughly that size. One of the newer destroyers actually is a little bit larger than the average 5. Huh. You stand corrected indeed. Yeah. That is slightly upsetting. But it's still something. You should have seen what was in that before. I've been working on it over time. $26.115. So about half the size of a supernova. The supernova amounts to basically a flying dragon-shaped Death Star. There's another reason why we don't field it, because the gun on that thing is fucking massive. Get this, right? Our Navy is in the form of enormous dragon-shaped ships that double as cities and are also mechanized in their own right. God damn it, Xionon. But the main guns in each of these is in their mouths, because dragons breathe fire, right? At least, you know, so the stories say. So, the mechanized engineers and scientists thought it'd be a good idea to rig up massive fucking laser cannons inside the mouth of each dragon. Sometimes referred to as inheritors. Now, granted, this is a bit of a carryover in style from our Griffins, which are the equivalent of, say, jets, I guess. We use them for transport mostly, but they do help us in combat. And they have laser cannons mounted into their mouths. Beaks, really. So, eagle head beak open up, breathe laser. What's that one meme? Where the mouth opens up and then a laser comes flying out? Basically that, but beak. There it is. That meme. That meme. All of my pets fucking love bone goo. Bone boo, these things. Spooky. I'll say this much, you could have done way better than that. That was a pretty low-hanging fruit, if you know what I mean. But I guess a bone boo wouldn't be a fruit since it grows on a vine. But there aren't really, trees in this, so... That's a question. Out here sitting on 42 grand. We all know what you're thinking they are. Yeah, sadly. The NPCs are just having a conversation. I like that the NPCs interact with each other at all. So many NPCs in games will just, like, ignore the existence of each other. Well, that's kind of a flaw of how this ship is put together, unfortunately. They routinely take that hatch out from underneath me, too. Pull the rug out from under me, basically. An option to craft those would be nice. What now? I need to head out to Cold Moon and pick up some supplies. Thinking about it, I could probably afford to sink a couple of these on that. Just need to not die in the process. Let's see, how are these doing? That's done. I'll get this squared up for later. get this started. And then we'll let this run out before we drop down to the surface. Do multi-boxing? Oh, yeah. Well, it really is just an AFK thing, I think. Yeah, exactly. Just, what's one of those things you do in the background of a place, not while you're, actively out doing things. It moves along at a pretty good clip, though. No, you have to restart them. That's the most annoying part. That's why I usually only start them up if I'm going to be on the ship for a significant period of time. I think it takes them about 10-ish minutes to go through an entire stack. Actually, you know what? Here, let's do a little test. We'll take the silver ore here, because it doesn't change what the, it doesn't change the time based on the material. It's just a flat number, right? So let's do a little bit of science. And by science, I mean, like, we're just gonna friggin' time the thing. That does seem like a pretty funny idea. Speaking of montages, I need to make that, I need to gather up as many clips as I have of the DRG coil gun and make that into a montage. All right, let's see how long it takes to get through 50 of these, and then we'll extrapolate. Five seconds to get through roughly 10. About 10 seconds to get through 20. So about 5 seconds per 10 items. Which isn't all that bad, honestly. So that'd be what, 500 seconds for 1,000? Or no. 1,000 divided by 10, which is 100, times 5 is... Yeah, that actually tracks with my previous assumption, 8.3 repeating minutes. So yeah, it takes roughly about, I think that tracks with what I have before, because I think I timed it wholesale, where I just went through a whole 1,000 stack at one point just to see how long it took. And it came up to roughly the same amount of time. Did these finish? That's not going to finish, but that hasn't started yet. Oops. You remember that? Did I do that on stream? recall doing that on stream, but okay. I mean, with the way I run these Sunday streams, it could have been something I did on stream. I just don't remember. Yep, steampunk biome. One of the reasons why I really like this planet. Of course, I'm just over here expecting these things to be abominably tanky, and then they're not. Yeah, exactly. It looks so cool. That is like one of the best parts about this game, outside of just the basic like overall art style, is the way the lighting works. That reminds me, weren't you working on a version of my helmet that has a functional, whatchamacallit? A functional, headlight? I know that was something I at least asked about. Definitely something to look into. Yeah. Like a flashlight almost, or like this, but a bit more narrow. Oh wait, this is the wrong planet. Because the planet that Coldman is on doesn't have a apex settlement on it. I think I'm one world over. Well, all the proper bookmarks and stuff that tell me where everything is, yeah, I'm one planet over. Return to monkey. Oh god. I'm glad Mechanized never had a monkey phase. We had a spider phase though. For a long ass time. Some could say some never left. You miss them, don't you? Yeah, sometimes. My shtick with the Boarfang is a bit different. Because you got to remember, she was matriarch of them for a long time, and our people were at war, basically, more or less. And we only met because of it. Okay, well, yes, we met because you wanted to one-night stand me, and then... But you used the boar fang / mechanized conflict as a reason to get it going. Also, for what it's worth, Boarfang don't have 8 legs. They look like normal humanoid mechanized do, with the exception of their head as a spider head. Okay, now we're on the right track. Yeah, like the Halloween mask. Although if any of the other mechanized saw me wearing that, they'd probably think I was crazy. Yeah, they already do. I guess that's right. What if I can make this quicker? Oops. New mobility item at the Cosmo Mall? Yeah, I'll look into it. This is what happens when you order Coke Light. Alright. My people need me. I'm going up a lot more vertical than I thought I would. Ow. I mean, yeah, it's super cool, too. Master Chiefing out of the sky here. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have made a bookmark at the flag in the inn there. That way I can teleport out there later. Is set player speed a thing? Actually, no, I've got a better idea. There we go. Now we can just leisurely float all the way to Cold Moon Inn. Here, let's make a game out of it. It looks so much worse than Fulbright. Yeah, it does. Now, if you look at the mountains in the background, you can see the parallax change. Whoa, okay. There we go. Don't have to worry about that anymore if I need to come back. Fear not, children. It is I, the Gaze. The fuck? Did you see that shit? Where I jumped into system and immediately had an asteroid field. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I think this requires a restart of the universe. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. It was just taking its sweet time to realize what was going on. Alright, it should be fixed now. I enabled gravity in space. Just snipe the Chiroptera. Eh, not as much as you'd think, buddy. How cute, huh? They felt nothing. It was a mercy. That's how mechanized typically do it. Like, when one mate goes, the other one follows pretty soon after. It's a miracle I survived losing 3. Wow. God, I love this thing. Do I hear mushroom? Oh, I should actually, like, you know, loot the ship.
Mushroom.
There we go. Hey, we got a stun baton. Yeah, those things are scary. I used one on Goldheart for a while. So I think I figured out why the energy rifle is so dang weird to use. The projectile isn't inheriting velocity from you when fired, but during its entire flight time. So it's more like a beam than anything. I said they just take getting used to. I like that space combat is its own thing, its own something to master. It feels more. The oddity almost makes it feel very 3D in a 2D environment, if that makes sense. Look at that thing. Forgot I had that. Yeah, very old. Oldie but goldie. Oh, that's where that rocket spear went. I was like, I knew I had a second one kicking around somewhere. Dawn Wrath, and it's just completely normal. Can't get away with calling it Dawn Wrath and not make it like a fire sword or something like that. It's a cool look at the very least. I think that was the one that you gave me to test. The Punk Buster, this thing. me when I have way too many of these electro batons. It's the 4th or 5th. I actually sold a couple of them a while back. Alright, so I've got plenty of those. That'll be helpful. I'll swap in the Pico wraps if I ever, when I get around to using them. But for now, nano wraps are fine for normal stuff. Snow in your inventory on a volcanic planet? Yeah. I forget what that does. Oh, right. Yep, a lot of old weapons in here. Here's the old Sabretooth. When it still had that effect. There's the Armatope, too. Memories. See, and that's the point. That's why I have all these just kind of stashed away. Is the Forge Master the new Molten Furnace drop for the end boss? Is that why you were glad that I got lucky and didn't get it? Oh, the pop top. That's right, the forged pop top. Sleek redesign. Alrighty. Good to know. What, the pistol and rocket launchers? Yeah, a bit. Kind of rough on the energy, though. I mean, I don't know how much energy armor actually helps. $250 over 160? Yeah, that's a fair bit. But I wouldn't be quite as tanky now, would I? Energy armor with the longevity augment. Actually, thinking about it, I kind of want to try... Let's assume 50 will be enough for now. Well, with like my bars and stuff like that, having a normal me setup and then an elemental setup, as cool as that is, gets discombobulating after a while. Especially since the way I run is well, like what Inky had me set up before, where I had my rifle, my missile launchers, and then, you know, that, right? And then I had the elemental set up before. But how I'm used to playing Starbound is having a set combat setup that's tailored to the encounter at hand. Because I tend to accidentally fat finger the X button that switches my bars. And that leads to it being, you know, more complicated than what So what I would do is I'd rather tailor my bars to suit what it is I'm trying to do. With the exception of maybe having, technically, yeah, 1 bar per room, but it's split across both of them, right? So so bar 1 and bar 2 are almost identical, with the exception of something like what I consider my special item, which I can hit by which I have on a fast key. But healing and weapons and stuff like that are the same, so I tailor it to what my encounter is. Which also reduces the chances of me pulling out something that's suboptimal for what I'm trying to do. So if I have everything for elemental, but I'm fighting a ton of different enemies, it'd be easier for me to tailor it to that than have something that's completely out of the way. Like, if there's a room that's just bad for electric, I just wouldn't have electric equipped. Rather than having everything at all times, because in a dungeon sense, or even in most Starbound senses, you're not going to run into... The environments are tailored around certain enemies. It's like with this, the only difference I'd probably do here is I'd probably have shield on one bar and rockets on another with the pistol. And then go from there. Or vice versa. I am for someone who is like seen as like probably one of the most badass mechanized in our entire history. I'm not a sniper user. I have never had really good. I've never been good at making use of the long range on it, with the exception of in Mech Warrior. And Mech Warrior, I can really like. Those projectiles are a lot easier to work with, but no, I tend to prefer to be up close and personal, which is why I tend toward assault rifles, pistols, the rocket launchers, blades. I just don't use this particular character in Starbound. I don't use blades on because that's kind of Goldheart's thing. Yet what? The pan. Yeah, the pan's certainly something. I definitely need to spend more time traversing high-tier planets so I can try and find, like I've got that, right, which is basically the fire version of the Focus Ruin, more or less. But then I have this, which is a much lower-tier rocket launcher. So it does the damage type I need, but not in the numbers I need it to do. That's basically a slightly better version of this. That's something I could probably use in the ice slot. Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, if you're trying to do something through the stream elements bot, it's the exclamation mark. If you're trying to do something through my local system, which is like sound commands and such, or anything that really messes with the microphone, it's the greater van. Unfortunate timing there. Those are best used on me when I'm like in the middle of a rant or something where I'm going to be talking a lot. On slot 4, I have an electric assault rifle with an energy lance. So I can actually, this is how I was applying shock to them the first time around, is with this thing. Yeah, you did a great job on the shield. Yeah, see, like, ice electric is really good. Physical is kind of meh. I like having physical just because it's a consistent damage dealer. But in this case, whoops. It starts show, he says. Sure, Bert. I was kind of making fun of how you said it starts chill, and I'm just remembering how Zed got mulched multiple times. Hey, Janyara. Long time no see. How you doing? They can't complain. Oof. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you get your energy back sooner rather than later. missed. Yeah, it was absolutely minuscule, so claustrophobic. Gaze uses nuke, was not very effective. Pyromantle fainted. Yeah, pretty much. DOTs is 5% of HP every time it goes off, right? So in order to 100% something, it needs to take 20 DOT ticks. Back one fire particle. Alright, electric poison. Ideally, in this situation, if you're running a team, you would have people set up to deal with each of the status effects, as well as maybe one secondary. It's like I'd probably be a combination of physical and poison. Knowing Inky, she'd probably be physical and fire. Modus, with his cool logic, would be ice. Yeah, Breather's the squad medic. Though he didn't join us from Norcon, he had other things to do, but he would be healer. Who knows? Starbound does a lot of weird things. Also, remember that because I'm streaming, there's a high chance of stuff getting slowed down anyways. Okay, this room was a lot of fun. Alright, this one I'm probably gonna stick to doing mostly atomic mongoose shots. Holy cow, there is a lot of lag going on. Go to menu real quick? Okay. Did something get caught in a loop? Oh, that room was already activated. Gotcha. So there was more going on there than should have been. Pipkins. I think it's Pipkin. Oh, these. Pebblet. Yeah, I noticed this much the first time around. Oh, right. Let's see, how do I do this? You have to put a doom ray there. Double check that the timing for a single person works. Like actually like double triple check that works before you put a doom ray there. That's a good way to make solo players really, really mad. If it's like one of those like really close windows. Just like I'm saying, I'm just calling it as it is. Be careful with that one. Plus, like, it's one of those cases of you kind of have to be a little bit of a maniac to try that anyways. Most players I've played Starbound with see lava as like a never touch it unless you absolutely have to. I only do that because I have a lot of experience running into lava and jumping through lava pools. AKA, I'm confident. Yes, we will. Okay, here's my favorite boss fight in the entire dungeon. I need fire for this one. Of which I don't have a whole lot of fire of, but I do have the atomic mongoose, which is fire. They deal pan damage. Inky's over there like, yeah, his eyes were a bright gold the first time around. Which is true. I was grinning like a madman. Mad mech, rather. Well, that was brilliant. The fact that the sound is even a thing is amazing. Oh, that's a cool detail. Yeah, right to the ground. Alright, now for the really fun fight.
Get tactical, Marines!
Lovely. For what it's worth, there may be too many ads in here for a single person to take on. I feel like I'm playing Halo Wars with that one. God damn. Nope. I admit, I still have my qualms with the ad spawn rate on that one. The once per minute spawn... Okay, question. How many are spawning per minute? Because it's not one ad per minute, it's multiple ads per minute, and they're showing up all over the place. Oh, right. I don't have any buff food or anything like that. Okay. Like, let's just do a test here. Using missile launchers, let's see how much ad control I actually have with infinite energy. theoretically, I should be able to clear the field. Let me throw a damage boost on too. Alright. So there's one turret. Bunch of drones. Let's get rid of you. One, two... Yeah, how many are spawning per spawn, right? That's my question. He spawns 5? Okay. And this goes off once every 60 seconds, approximately. Every now and then. What's the time frame on that? I'm just trying to see how fast the ad scaling is right now. Alright, so there's 5. And then there's a 6th jump boost turret that's over there. Then here come the drones. If I can clear them out faster with this, maybe. God, that's loud. So he just dropped a bunch of turrets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm keeping that in mind, but I'm also judging it based on that. Especially considering I don't know how active enough. I don't know if Starbound's community is active enough, in air quotes, to consistently get a 4 stack or even a consistent 2 or 3 stack for people who would want to run this, right? It's like, I get that's what it's designed around, but I'm also thinking about it from the perspective of how many people have 3 other people who would want to do this in Starbound, right? Most times you see streamers playing this game and they're running modded by themselves. No, absolutely. I'm not saying you can't, but how overscaled is it? How overtuned against you is it? That's what I'm critiquing right here. I mean, I didn't wait the first time I came in here and I still got smoked. Just saying. There's a lot that goes on very, very quickly. It's like, okay, this is one of those cases where it's like, it's not poorly designed. I don't think it is. But in terms of how much is going on, it's a lot to follow. This is someone who plays games that are consistently very high intensity, and even I'm having a hard time keeping track of everything that's going on, which is to say an immense amount of projectile spam from a lot of different directions that are not consistent. Like, you've seen me play Armored Core. That game's crazy. What's another one that gets kind of intense? Certain Halo mods get crazy. MechWarrior gets crazy. This is up there with those on a level that's like again, if you have 4 people, right, then yeah, it's significantly more controllable. But what I'm doing right now is I'm judging that in the sense of like how, like, on top of that, how many people are going to be geared enough, like solo, right, coming into this? That's the other thing. I don't think... Is it though? Okay, in that case, you need to find some way to clear that up with the player early on. Because most people, and I'm just gonna clear this flat out, right? Most people who see something like this see it as a single one-off experience, right? Most people who are gonna see this are gonna see this is an MMO kind of style dungeon built in Starbound, where maybe there is some degree of progression to it, but they're not expecting to go back, buy more gear, so on and so forth, right? They're going to keep throwing themselves at it. I'm just talking about player psychology here. So maybe put a note at the top of the dungeon or something that says, hey, you're not expected to get through this all in one sitting. You know, go in, get what you can, get out, get the money, and then upgrade and build further into it. Are you talking about like solo or like with raid groups? Because this is probably going to come off with like a dungeon / raid group mentality. And you and I have a very different MMO experience, because most of the groups I've run with have been like, we're not here to gear you up for this dungeon, we're here to gear you up for the next one, right? So in this case, it's one of those cases of you're expected to be able to come in and be able to get through it, at the very least, you know, with passable experience. Not go in, get a few things, get out, come back. Just saying, we probably haven't played the same MMOs either. No, it's not what I'm referring to. I'm not saying it's that you're expected to clear it flawlessly, but I don't think people are going to be thinking, hey, go in, you know what I'm saying? What I'm getting at here is people aren't going to think about getting the cash and buying the vendors. Just as a player psychology, like I'm not a major in player psychology, but I've been around enough people to know how this usually goes. Make it clear at the beginning of the dungeon in a note or something, be like, hey, here's how this is supposed to be played. This is what you're expected to do. So if you're having a hard time, you know, back out, use the cash that you've gotten from the previous encounters, assuming you get that far in the first place, right? And use that to buy more gear. Just like make that crystal clear at the beginning. That way there's no questions about it. Because otherwise it's going to frustrate people. It really is. And in a game like Starbound that doesn't have an experience like this built into it, you have to dodge that existing player psychology. You know what I'm saying? Again, not saying the dungeon's badly designed or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, your intent needs to be made very clear early on. And then from there, it's like, and especially if you have like a progression of dungeons where it's like, hey, this is the first one, then the next one comes in. It's just like, you know, maybe it should be like, you could say, hey, you know, if you played the first one, you already know how this goes. If not, here's the note, here's how this goes. Yeah, but I mean, in a way, I see this as a game design test run for any of your future projects, whether they be for Starbound or otherwise. And it's good to like kind of have these sorts of cases of like, you know, this was confusing in this. How can I make it less confusing later, you know? Also, I like just looking at the room as like on a side note, it might be too monochromatic. Like there might be too much red going on here, and it might be a lot harder for people to parse what's going on in that case as well. Just saying. Also, there really needs to be like, what's my zoom level right now? Capped out. If I zoom it out any further, the game's gonna start lagging like crazy. Especially with this room and what goes on in it. try and get back under control here. Just trying to clear the damn field so I can actually get back to fighting this thing normally and not be at an immediate disadvantage. That helps. Yeah. That does pose an interesting conundrum, right? Because of how Starbound handles buffs and debuffs, as well as not to mention just dropping shit. That's another thing you've got to watch out for. Which I know you've thought about this, but just thinking off the top of my head. Like, it's one of those cases of, if you get popped, right? Rebuffing isn't easy, especially if you get thrown back into a fight with a group. There's no quick buff. You don't, like, all your items get dropped. I'd almost say you might need, No, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the fact that, like, yeah, you keep all your other stuff. Yeah, that's what the boxes are for. I get that. I'm referring to your backup stuff. What do you do in that scenario, right? That's a huge problem, and that's one of those cases where I'm trying to think of a way to get around that without, like, toning everything down. Like, I don't care that I'm dropping a bunch of extra stuff. Most of, like, you know, I don't care about that. But as far as, like, actually getting back into the fight quickly and efficiently is not easy. It's a huge hassle. I know you can't, but I'm just saying, like, I wonder how much of a nerf it would take to make it less of a case where, like, yeah, food helps a lot. But at the same time, I wonder if it's one of those cases where if you don't have food, how big of an advantage is it, right? To the point where it's almost necessary. That's my concern. Just working within Starbound's limits here. It's balanced around having long drinks only. I know it's not, but that's why I was making a point earlier saying that, like, yeah, I'm looking at this from a one-player perspective, and it's very stacked against you in that case. Yeah, one player it's no hurry, but with other players you want to keep moving. I'm trying to think of a way to streamline that. I'm trying to think of a way to streamline the entire experience where it's like you can get by without needing to worry about that as much, right? One thing that was kind of floating around in my head is that, like, you get those turrets that drop the jump boost, right? What if it drops a jump boost and also like a damage boost or something too? Like you run into it for a short period of time and you can just nuke the next turret outright and then chain it across that, right? That might be a way to make it a little bit more controllable. And then more experienced teams can absolutely make use of that and further, like, push that level. Starbound's only a bit much about counter heal because of how stacked everything else is. Minecraft's the same way. You shove Minecraft in, like, remember I keep talking about this guy Vex? Minecraft is kind of the same way. You have to really stay on top of your healing with that because of how much the combat gets stacked against you. His Super Hostile series is a really interesting study into forcing games into niches where they're not. That's the result, not the cause. Elaborate. Like, because maybe we're looking at this from two different angles. Mm. Well, I mean, you could build around that though. I mean, look at what you do with the PvP arena. You manage to basically disable healing. You could build your dungeons around being more chip damage oriented and disable healing items. Like the way it's currently set up, it leans into that concept of just spam counter heal. True. But I don't think Starbound's combat was ever designed with that much thought in mind. I don't think the designers said, "Hey, let's make him spam counter heal items." I don't think they thought about it at all, really. Like if you look at like me personally, someone who spends a lot more time playing combat in Starbound than probably anyone else I know, except for maybe you, the game doesn't feel like it was designed around counter heal. That feels like an accident where the devs were just like, oh, we need something to do if they have like a panic moment. So I don't think it was designed that way. That's a side effect of a very loose concept of combat. So yeah, that's why I mean, like, I don't think it's a, that's what I was saying. I'm just trying to think of their, like, a large part of it is like, how much can you do in the dungeon where you can aid the player without it relying so heavily on the pre-existing mechanics, right? Because, like, for example, what if enemies had a chance to drop a healing item of some kind, or a healing zone even? Now, obviously, that runs the risk of the boss walking into it, so you'd have to be careful about where you position these things. Like, what enemies... Like, if you had a turret on a, platform... You can make them only affect players. Oh yeah, see, now that's a, I remember that was an issue we had before with healing weapons. Yeah. The tail bomb balloons. Paratails? Tail bomb balloon, that's a perfect description for those. Indiscriminate projectiles. Ah. I mean, for what it's worth, I like the idea that Starbound heals are indiscriminate. That's always been one of my biggest pet peeves of healing in games, is that healing is discriminate. I feel like it should take more skill, especially in like 3D games where you can like better position. 2D games, it's a little bit iffy because of like you only have one plane. If an enemy walks into that, it's just kind of like whatever. But with 3D, you have more space, in air quotes, to work with around a mechanic like that. I've seen it played. I have not gotten to play it myself yet. It's in my library. It's on the backlog. I mean, yeah, Deep Rock Galactic's Gunner Shield works the same way. When I'm playing heavily modded games, regardless of what happens. If people have a lot of shields down, and I'm trying to shoot through one shield, but it goes into the external of a shield, it'll block my round, which is kind of annoying, but it's like, it makes sense. Halo bubble shields work the same way. Those are indiscriminate. Yeah, you gotta be careful using percent heals around anything with a lot of health in Starbound. But I'm just trying to think about how to better work in ways to make dungeons like that more... I don't want to say forgiving, but... That's not true. That is not true at all. Some of those quest monsters are really tanky. And then vault bosses, too. Yeah. I can't two-shot some of those things. Some quest monsters where you have to, like, go kill a tanky enemy or like a specific monster or an outlaw. Some of those guys hit really fucking hard and take very little damage. That seems like nothing, but you're building enemies that have freaking 35,000 plus. Consider that most Starbound weapons do not have the DPS or the DPS or the attack power on burst to actually make a dent in most of that. So, you know, I don't think you really have room to talk there. Just saying. All right, let's try it. Space assault rifle. I don't have a damage augment. Can you throw me the command code for a damage augment? Let's do some Starbound science. I'm gonna tuck this away so it doesn't get lost. Thank you. Oh, that's brilliant. I forgot it spawns on the cursor. So there's 624% on that. This is the damage stuff, isn't it? Uh-huh, sure. I use tank armor for a reason, man. Just saying. I personally, and this kind of goes back to why I like regen for the same reason, damage output is nothing if you do not survive long enough to actually be able to use it. / cannot take the hit. This is why in MMOs you have tanks tanking aggro, so the people who have the damage can actually fire it off. 624 and 250 energy. And I have backup spooky pies too for this. One thing I really don't like about this assault rifle is that it's burst fire. Hey, Whipples. How you doing tonight? Doing all right. We're just doing Starbound sciencey stuff. How many left rights can I fit? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 each, and then the 7th rifle burst will burn out. I very nearly died there. Right, left, left, right, left, left. left. I'm gonna die again. So right, left, left, right, left, left, right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. It's 2. But for what it's worth, going one or the other has a pretty steady hit rate. Ow. Fucking A. That hurt. Have I mentioned I hate being squishy? Yeah, tryharding Starbound. This is what? To see if this thing has the DPS to smoke the Bone Dragon in 5 seconds? The future is now. Yeah, that's what it should be. Because my usual stream delay is about 3 seconds. Also, question. Is DPS in this calculated according to fire rate after the burst, or is it just based on its fire rate? Because a burst fire rifle can have 1,000 DPS, but the time between bursts will lower that. Cheeky bastards. In theory, right? Watch this be the, Yeah, but we don't know what kind of armor it's got either. If it has any at all. Watch. With the way my luck is, this is about to shatter your entire view of Starbound's weapon balancing. I know. I'm well aware. It takes a minute for this thing to show up anyways. Jeez. Alright, here he comes. Alright. Clock starts at, well, whenever it ticks over to the next minute. I'm watching it. Go. I burnt out before I did enough damage to kill that thing, but I did about half of its HP. Each 3-round burst is doing 52 damage. Each, whatchamacallit is doing is about 86. There's a bunch of these bastards around too that I've got to watch out for. "42 seconds, give or take a few, because I was actually, you know, not getting these fuckers kill me." Three-round burst was 52, whatever the grenades are was 86. Yeah, why do you do the wiki when you can just... Yeah. What's the DPS on the space assault rifle? So collectively should be 68. 100 divided by 6. No, 66. How did you get 5 seconds again? If its combined DPS is an optimal thing is 66, right? 2100 divided by 66 is 31.181 repeating down to 2. I don't know how you got 5 seconds. Then there's some other damage factor going into that because that was not 5 seconds. Either that thing has armor or we're missing something. I think you've got your numbers funny. Too bad there's no, too bad the target dummy in this game doesn't have a DPS calculator like it does in Terraria. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Oh, it's up 1. Has 75 armor. So much for 0 armor, huh? It probably has 2100 effective HP after armor, if I had to guess. That's one way you simplify things. That's how DRG does it. Something can have so much effective HP after, you know, a number of calculations. Anyway, let's see. I'm actually going to take my all my gear off to find its true DPS. It's going to take for fucking ever. Fuck me. I should have clarified. Are we doing this with energy, or without energy concerns, or with energy concerns? Because that's going to change it. I think doing it just base is probably the best way to do it, because then you just add the percentage on. Right? I'm gonna turn this down, I can't hear myself think. Yeah. Base is no stat boosts. No stat boost and no energy concerns. Then we can find its true DPS because we'll be able to figure out, hey, this is because then we factor in fire rate, right? That's its true DPS. Then energy concerns is one of those cases of you have to stop DPS anyways because sustained DPS in Starbound basically doesn't exist. No, I mean statistically it's true DPS. True DPS after downtime and stuff like that is something else. I forget what it is. There's a whole lot of complicated shit that goes into it. But statistically what its true DPS is consistently, if you were to sustain that. That's what I'm referring to. So I guess that'd be sustained DPS. Anyways. Also, maybe you should time it. That way, like... So the instant I fire, right? You time it until it dies. So start with right, then right, left. So right, left, left, right, left, left. All right. Starting in 3, 2, 1, execute. Nah, I already fucked it up. God damn it. My muscle memory is right, left, right, left. That flies in the face of training, man. Also, remember, cast time. I clicked the instant I said execute. So I don't know if it lagged or what. Just saying, if you ever run like actual operations with me, when you say execute, there's an immediate like click there. And then it's like, then you fire, right? If you go directly on it, it causes desyncs. If you ever watched Red vs. Blue, you know what I'm talking about. Wait, on 3 or 3 and then go? 3 and then go, basically. That's how I was trained in coordination. I'm over here trying to override that shit. All right. Right, left, left. Right, left, left. 3, 2, 1, execute. God, that feels weird to do. You think this looks off? No. If you're going with 3, then right's off cooldown for a split second. 1, 2, right. 1, 2, right. 1, 2, right. As opposed to this. You're doing the calculations here. Do you want me to do 2 lefts or 1? So RLLR, right? 3? 2 is faster, man. Flat out. Here's 3. And here's 2. I can actually... Here's the annoying part. I can't hold both buttons down. I have to alternate them. Let me remove this guy, just so he's not crowding us. There's another one back here. Dang it. So alternate like this. Basically what I was doing initially with this thing. Let me get out of the thing here so I don't damage that. Right, left, left, right, left, left, right, left. I'm clicking these things basically off cooldown, mate. So, right, left, left, right, left. I need to squeeze right between 2 lefts without pause. Right, pause. Like that. Keep this in mind. If you can see what my fingers are doing, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, funny, I know. I'm basically going chick, 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 chick. I can't, like, hold them down. It's down to, like, a literal, like, you almost have to frame perfect it if you want to pull that off. All right, are you ready now? Three, 2, 1, execute. Damn it. Now there's one stuck on the thing there. I'm just gonna kill this thing. I'm just gonna fucking track it while he's doing that. I'm gonna try and get one of these that's pushed up against a wall too. All right, once more with feeling. 3, 2, 1, execute. Well, shit. Do I have shield with me? Yeah, I do. Let me get rid of these. Gee, that doesn't really do very much damage, does it? Where's the Punk Buster when you need it? Oh, this will probably get rid of those quickly. Okay, let's shove one up against a wall here. They do have cute faces. All right. Ready up. Three, two, one, execute. So it died on that last right burst. Also, I think the reason why you want to do it like this with no whatchamacallit, no boost is because then you don't have to factor in the percentages when calculating the DPS, because that can get confusing. That's a good way to mess up a calculation, in my opinion, is trying to figure out your DPS, weapons base DPS with additionals is just complicated. I feel like I'm listening to the soundtrack to Door Kickers. All right, let's try that again, but now with the damage armor. I want to see if it comes out to the number that I got. So this is what we were calculating for, right? 624. That would be 68.8 times 6.24, right? Which should come out to 429.312. Yeah, we take the DPS and we multiply it by 6.24, right? Or fucking A, man. People need to learn to fucking communicate. Not you. Something going on over here. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Alright, we gotta wrap this up. Well, there's a certain optic that's not very happy that I'm still up at night, so, yeah. Let's do this last calculation and then I gotta call it. Otherwise, someone's going to get punched, and it's not gonna be me. Ready? Three, two, one, execute. Jesus. That wasn't even funny. It's close enough. Okay, so that equates to roughly 400 DPS. And then the dragon has 75 armor, which means it gets reduced by 75%. Yeah, it did. It doesn't really fucking matter though. It's still an insane amount of DPS at the end of the day. I think it makes perfect sense. Yeah, that would track because something we can't see, right? Something was equalizing the damage. It was doing... Hold on a sec. 172. 0.75. I don't think it's HP. There's something else going on. Because this is 0 armor, right? So one burst does 172. 75 armor is a 75% damage reduction. Which makes it should do how much per burst then? If it has 75 armor? I think the way damage multipliers and armor is calculated is different than we think it is. Okay, well, let me pop the food then. Yeah, what would it hit for if you take 75% off of that? One sec, I'm gonna go back in the VOD and look. Provided, you know, my browser doesn't whip the fuck out. Of course my browser's gonna whip the fuck out. God damn it. I can't scroll far enough back in chat to see what the damage numbers were, but I think that comes close. Actually, yeah, because the burst was doing 50 some odd damage, and then the grenades was doing like 80. Check it again. 344. Yeah, that checks. 52 and 86. If nothing else, that's close. If it's not right on the money, it's close. Fucking A. I'm definitely going to bed after this. So its effective HP is 8400, which would explain why it took forever to kill. 20 seconds in admin mode. Let's try it. We've come this far, we might as well go all the way. I'm just gonna obliterate all the ads with the, I don't want to head off. I'm gonna get forced off if I keep chit-chatting. So I'm just going to quietly obliterate these guys with the rockets. It's not my fault Venom's a bit of a bitch. Instead of, you know, trying to communicate with me like a normal mech, she'd rather pound on the walls. Which barely comes through because of the dense walls around here. Fucking yep. Ma'am, we can't break through the gate. There's a robot with infinite rockets in the way. I will try not to miss. Three, two, one, execute. Oh, well, we can just extrapolate. You can math. Close enough for it to actually be right. So yeah, it has 2100 after a few, after a calculation, and then its armor makes it have more HP, technically. Oh boy. Fucking science. How the hell did we get here? That's a legitimate question. Imagine the Daddy Longshot. Fuck it, we'll end the stream with that. Where the hell does the Daddy Longshot get bought? Oh, right. Let's see if I've still got it somewhere. Which I think I deleted it. Unless I'm seriously misremembering. I could have sworn I had one somewhere. Alright, we were debating DPS. I remember now. Yeah. I wanted to see what Molten Furnace is like with 4 people properly kitted out. I doubt I'm gonna see that, but maybe one day. Moral of the story? Fucking trying to solo a dungeon that's designed for 4 people equals a slog. It always fucking does. That's the wrong one. Where's the Hasbuster? That's not it. I'm being a massive derp, aren't I? Oh, here it is. This is what I was looking for. This gods be damned abomination. Think about it less of me forcing myself and me just wanting some catharsis. They fucking immediately died. Yes, exactly that. These poor sods don't even get a chance to do anything. They land and immediately die. Why do you think I chose this one for my catharsis? I mean, the real one's pretty satisfying too. The Gazinator. What is just the most cursed projectile spamming explosive launcher ever? You know what? I'll send you some lore, some old lore, that will be a perfect weapon, a perfect OP stupid weapon that would be mech chlor cannon. There's a kitty cat behind me. I mean, it's not unlike that incident with the snooper perforator with the ice mines and the Exodome. It's pretty much what that amounted to. Look, my energy cells have absolutely had it. Though thankfully, due to the way I've set my microphone up, I can be speaking very, very quietly in a very low register, and it still picks me up just fine. At least I think it picks me up just fine. Even if I'm talking really loudly, which is normal for me. Inky knows my normal speaking voice is very loud. But in this case, as I'm currently speaking, I'm very quiet. And the way it's set up is just like, oh, it doesn't matter if you're speaking quietly. Everyone can hear you perfectly fine. But for comparison, right? Just for comparison. This is what happens if I turn that off. Now, how well can you hear me? Probably a lot less, a fair bit quieter. I am close enough to the microphone that you can still hear me, but you can probably tell there's a spit difference. ASMR, huh? Me just right up against the microphone. I'm sure I can think of a few different people who would enjoy that. Oh right, I forget that you can actually see me do that. It looks kind of odd from that angle, but... Whisper, 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 whisper. There. Happy. You know, for what it's worth, it probably would fit in my mouth. It would not fit in yours. Okay, maybe. If you dislocated your jaw. The Among Us sun is so perfect for that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does talking in this low register qualify as ASMR? Among Us. I have really sharp sibilances though, so it probably wouldn't be as soothing as people think. I don't know. We don't talk about the kind of ASMR that makes me tingle. No. Nope. Though I know there's a wide variety of ASMR. ASMR. Actually, no. It's not explosives. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, I'll tell you, because I'm pretty sure it's semi-common? Maybe? I don't know. For me, it's inky ear nibbling me. That's pretty much what it is. Ear nibbles and kisses. But then, you know, when I've got that next to me all night, yeah, that probably tracks. What do I mean, probably? Well, I mean, you know, it could have been explosives. Back when I knew, you know, explosives absolutely would have done it. Yeah, radio chatter also is very soothing to me. I will give you that. I could listen to staticky radio chatter all night. Yes. Could is an understatement. There are times where I absolutely do. I don't know, this is going to be an interesting part of the VOD to go back and listen to and be like, just how good does that sound? Who knows? Maybe there's a future for me in ASMR. Robert ASMR. I don't know. But I am done skis for the night. It's late. I want to go to bed. That one wants me to go to bed. The cat is staring at me, saying, "Come lie down. It's time for bed." And you should probably go to bed too, Xionon. The sun's probably up where you are. Next time we PvP? Oh, that'll be interesting. Can get maybe even get Servant in on it. 3v3 or 3-person free for all. That'd be fun. Also, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing more PvP arenas. The one in Cosmo Mall is very good, but I would like to see more of your map design in that case. 2v2, you're schizophrenic. Maybe. Maybe. Oh god, someone did clip something. I'm just now looking at the stats, seeing that someone clipped something somewhere, and I don't know when that popped up. Oh well. Guess I'll find out soon enough. Yeah, you and I will at least get more duels. Maybe I can get Servant in on it. Maybe. But yeah. I'm going to dip out. Raid target maybe? It might just be ducks. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's go to Omega. He's on right now. He's doing retro games with crowd control, so... Plus, he's always just a good time, so... Very good content creator. Kind of like me. Got the smart tactical mind. Bit of a berserker at times, but it's good stuff. So yeah, we'll raid out to Omega. I'm going to save and quit this, and we'll come back to this in about a week. Let's see, next stream should be probably a combination of Into the Breach and MechWarrior. That'll be Tuesday if I have time. Barring that, it'll get moved around, so keep an eye on the Discord if you haven't already. And I have gotten to the point where I'm getting this year's VODs out more or less on time, so this one will be viewable in about a week. And then the other ones from this past week will show up a week from their broadcast point. Basically, when Twitch nixes the VOD from my channel here, they go live on the archive channel. So yeah, we're gonna dip out to Omega. I realized there's no music because I forgot I had it turned off. Whatever. I'm anyway, yeah. So until the next time, remember, keep your core strong and your eyes bright. Good night, everyone. Gaze out.